spamming the hell out of it.
It's pretty
And
bad.
luckily on X, you don't get banned for spamming on chats yet.
Yeah,
So
no.
you could just keep on spamming. And luckily he read it.
He needs some mods. What he needs.
Yeah. All I did, I just kept on spamming. Thoughts on Joshua? Thoughts on Joshua?
Hey, do you know that I don't think your YouTube's up?
I just put it up right now. We have to reset.
Oh, this very second.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah. Yeah, we were at 15 hours. Welcome back, YouTube. Now, let's see if I can get my measured move before we get this retrace. We held the bottom of the range. I mean, that's just the way it works, Oliver. You can't control the tide, you know what I mean? You could build the best boat in the world, but when that tide pulls in, the tide pulls in. Now, do I think that we're way ahead of the game by even paying attention to the tide? Yeah, because most people are just sitting on the boat wondering why it's rocking so hard. But can you control the fact that global liquidity is contracting? No. That's why I said the speed was important, remember? The pattern is good, but speed, the velocity of the move is what's going to determine how high we get. If we could have made it above 65 before this retracement on liquidity, then that retracement on GLI would have brought us back down to like retest 65 or something, right? But if we're rejecting from underneath it, then you have the chance of that retest coming at retest 60. And then that's a bit of a different, you know, if that doesn't hold, then you risk affecting sentiment. So it's a lot of if this, then that, man. Hey, at least you're not in Forex. You think that's bad? Imagine being in Forex and your trade screwing up because it was an El Nino year instead of an El Nino year, and that screwed up the migratory path of Canadian geese. So they didn't happen to shit over the specific wheat field that pumps the market on wheat every third year. We got it easy.
It used to seem so sophisticated, you know, but now it's like seems kind of bottom of the barrel trading Forex.
It's a lot, bro. It's just a lot. Most people that trade Forex, if you notice, they only trade like one pair, right? They're experts in this, and that's because there's just so much that goes into it. And 90% of them are also trading with other people's money. Funded accounts are massive in Forex. You just need a really big bag to make a difference because you're only trading for 1 or 2 pips. You're in there for like 1 or 2 clicks of the chart, and then you're out.
2019-ish, like, it was crazy. I was getting hit up on Instagram by like crazy Forex accounts. Just like, hey, let me run your trade.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Those SMC guys took over now. Before it was like the Forex courses, and now it's all smart money, ICT courses. I mean, it's sort of the same decision that we had to make at 82, right, Oliver? If you think about it, was it possible to get higher than 82? Yeah, right. When we were there, did we have to have a retrace before we attempted to get higher? Yeah, right. But you could have definitely had a type 2 here that would have taken you. The question is, how comfortable are you sitting in that position to wait for that type 2? That might not come, and then you have to decide at this point what to do instead of. So it's, for me, it's really similar, right? And that's where I think like the fear of getting in and out of a trade can hurt, because can this go higher? Yeah, right? I'm still looking for it to go higher. I'm expecting a green July, right? 70 is sort of like my top, but for that to happen, we're probably gonna have to come back down, right? Build some structure. You've already have it. You see, you don't need it. You could just pop, but we know that global liquidity is retracing. So, yeah, if we pop down, right? Could we hold and keep going? Yeah, of course. That's my base case. But could we also just keep going down? Of 1000%. Right? You've got a high and a lower high. If you come down past this point right here, you've got a large M pattern, which brings you down to 58. Is that the most probable outcome? No. Right? Which is why I always say you invest in the probable and then you hedge against what's possible. But to hedge against the possibility of this not holding, right, then there's decisions that are made. Either you peel a little profit, you move your stop loss up, but you hedge against the possibility of being wrong. What that means is different for each person, right? But range-wise, we're at the top of the range. If we just forget about everything else and just look at the range, right, you've got your value area high, value area low, point of control. We know that when price breaks value area high, if it gets accepted back into the range, it seeks out the point of control. Right? So at that point, that's what we're looking for. Is this going to hold and give the value area high another attempt? Or is it going to reject again? Or is it going to put in a lower high? If it's in a lower high, then it's been accepted back into this range. Then you could assume that it's coming back down to point of control.
Hey, Dbloc, quick question on that break of the range. So depending on the time frame, what would you say is acceptable amount of time above? Because like on the 30, it's a wick. So, would you
It's
say
not for me, it's not the time. For me, it's structure, right? So if price breaks above and comes back down, it's not until you break that. It's not until you hold support and break that's officially a breakout. The same way at the bottom, right? If price comes back down, it's not until it retests and gets accepted back into the range that you could consider it really a deviation. So like in this case specifically, if you go down to lower time frames, why is this not? Okay. Why'd that look so weird on the 1 minute though?
your range wasn't popping up, but the red line is the same as the range.
Yeah. So basically, like, you get a deviation, right? If this would have held and then popped, that would have been enough. Even if it was only above for 2 or 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, out, whatever it is. It's just the structure. The deviation out of the range that comes back, once that gets taken out, then you can say you're officially in a breakout. How long it, how far the breakout goes is going to depend on pattern and all that other shit. But that's when I consider it broken. And I try not to be on like super low time frames with it. Like if we're trading on the 5, I'll just look at it on the 5. Right? This is a deviation officially. Hasn't retested though. If it had retested, I'd be saying point of control for sure. But it came back into the range. It hasn't really retested it yet. And then point of control is down at basically where that break takes us. Yeah, I'll look at gold. Give me a second. Another thing is the VPVR. And it's not just that we know that this bearish breaks, but if it breaks, you go into this gap, pretty quick move down a daily open. Point of control is basically right there. Let me see what gold is doing. Next week. You know, it's not getting any of global liquidity right now, and it's probably not going to get any of it until Legacy starts to make its move. I think the next move up, this move up, we went with Legacy a little bit, trailed behind, not as hard, but we did move. I think the next move up is going to be gold. And then when Legacy starts to break, gold's going to break all-time highs. You take that with a grain of salt, yo. That's just how that's highly speculative, but that's how I'm playing it. So as long as we're above this range, I'm in accumulation for metals. If that breaks and we threaten that uptrend, then my thesis changes. And so far, we're in the middle of building structure. W pattern played out, fractaled once. Now we're into a larger fractal that came down, I believe, the golden pocket. I don't think that's violated golden yet. Yeah. So now you're in a type 2. Your W on your type 2 broke out and is now retested. Pretty clean. Stopping volume candle on the retest. Type 4s would have liked that. Measured move for the original W hasn't played out yet because you fractaled before the measured move, which is usually what happens. Right. And then your larger fractal. And then this would be your invalidation. So you see you're pretty close to invalidation. If this doesn't hold, you're probably going to put in a new low. But as far as the structure that's started to build, and remember, all of this exists inside of a larger type 2. Right? So this playing out gives you your right side of your larger fractal that will then start making its way into that move that I'm talking about. Does that make sense? Let me draw that second measured move though. Again, a lot of things have to play out the right way for this to happen. We're pretty cleanly in future tripping territory here. But that's what we do as snipers, right? We don't just look for targets and take shots. We look for where the target's going to be. And then we wait in the bushes. All of this relies on two invalidations. Right? One invalidation at 4073, the other one's at 4020. And then you got support to stop you from going any lower, right? But if this has already started to set up, I think we've got a pretty clear picture of how it's going to play. Also, speed. If this takes too long, right, that takes too long, it's going to start looking very bear flaggish. So a break of that W and a break of this W is going to read as a break of that bear flag. That brings you underneath support. So pretty crucial week for gold. You're welcome, bro. Remember also that our global liquidity is going down this week. Right. So any of our bearish sort of breakdowns have a bit of a higher probability of playing out during a contraction of liquidity, just because there's obviously less money to keep it from happening. Doesn't mean that the contraction of liquidity sucks the money out of a trade that brings the price down. It just means the amount of available money for people to long that coin to keep price from going down is reduced. Right? It's availability. Excuse me. All right, let's map this little micro range up here. We're about to break it. We're at point of control, actually. Give me a second. Let me grab my drink and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back, y'all. My bad. Just waiting to get that break. Ada still got room to run if it can hold this high volume node. I'd like to see it come up and clear this gap to 24.8. But that's with Bitcoin doing it, you know. Bitcoin's already recovered all of these daily vectors. I'm not mistaken. Oh no, it hasn't. My bad. It has not. Well, that's the move, right? We go up into those vectors to take 70, take half of that, then we can get that move on ADA. That's also what we were just looking at on Sol. I think Sol's the one that's taken its daily vector already. Yeah. Sol's already made that entire move up. Right. Now, whether ADA can hold this type 2, put in a W to take out that top is going to depend on if Bitcoin can do the same thing. Bitcoin technically has the type 2 in already that it needs to get up to there. Does it need to come back down? But we are at the 50 and we are going into a downturn on liquidity. So that adds a couple of variables to the mix. Bitcoin is fighting to hold this. Well, pretty clear what happened there. You guys got sold into. Look at that wall. Look at how evenly spaced that wall is. Drained more and more every time it hit. Somebody got a decent exit there. Very well done. That's how you get out of a several $100 million, $1 billion position on Bitcoin without killing yourself one slippage to the downside. Whoever that was is not new. Bitcoin's sitting on a cliff right now, though, bro. It's more important to watch what Bitcoin does, because even if that M pattern looks beautiful on M, or that bull flag looks beautiful on M, if Bitcoin breaks down, take a look, though. Give me a second. I just want to see if we get absorption here on this drop. Yesterday's class is posted in the classroom, chapter 11. The psychology chapter has a lot of content to go over to catch up on if you haven't. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. We good now? Yeah, I saw it. The voice connect was red for a second there. I've actually never seen that. Where it says voice connect and it has that little green thing. That shit actually moves. I thought it was just like I thought it was just a voice icon. I didn't know it was like a meter. Tiny bit of absorption, nothing too serious. Not quite a bull flag yet, but it is. It is pretty nice though. Probably gonna depend on what happens here. You could really look at this as just a symmetrical. Probably the more important pattern here. Looks healthy as long as you can stay above support. You don't want to break this high volume node. But if that symmetrical breaks up, then you'll have your W pattern. Again, you've got to focus on Bitcoin now. If Bitcoin does the bad thing, none of this shit's going to matter. But that structure is good enough to take you into liquidity, into that vector gap as well. If it plays out. Big if. All right. As of right now, your W invalidation is right here. Let me take this off a log. Hold on. I knew that shit was on log. That would be your measured move, but that measured move doesn't exist until you break that 800 EMA on the hourly. It's there, but don't count on it until that structure builds and holds. You got it. It was a good reaction off those bottoms. It's still doing it. Let me see if it cuts on and off. It's green right now. Average ping, 44 milliseconds. I don't know if that's good or... you may notice delayed audio at 250 milliseconds or higher. You may sound robotic if your packet loss rate is over 10%. Am I getting packet loss? I don't see any packet loss. Let me know if it continues. Oh, I see what's going on, bro. Yeah, it might just be Discord bugging, or I might be going full AI agent. Maybe I'm evolving. It's good to hear, bro. Bot block. I'm gonna be working on the crypto Cypher Telegram this week. I'm gonna warn you guys in advance. It's gonna be Anybody can join, right? Anybody from the YouTube. It's going to be no cost. It's just going to be a place where we can have everybody together in one place in case something happens, you know? So I'm able to contact everybody. But it is probably going to be unmoderated. And don't forget it's Telegram. So Telegram is where scammers live and play. Yeah, exactly. So just use it as a place to park your name. So if God forbid Discord or YouTube ever makes some crazy decisions, we don't lose track of each other. And then after that, we're gonna work on the Twitter and the IGs and all of that. Gonna get fully socialed up. Only reason is because if I don't do it by the end of the bear market, there is no way in hell I'm taking 5 minutes out of my time during the bull market to handle all that shit. So I'm trying to get everything done during the bear market that needs to get done because I'm locking in. Yeah, but it's just gonna be for business purposes. My personal socials get no attention, bro. I just can't be bothered. And honestly, what I suggest is if anybody else is in the same boat, you don't have to necessarily delete your socials, but start a new one and literally only add content that brings alpha, right? Only add new, like Twitter specifically. I know some of you go on Twitter to look for news. You need a new Twitter. Because there's no way in hell that you can get through all the distractions on a personal Twitter. Like you need a Twitter that from the very beginning, the only thing you've ever added there are crypto influencers or news or, you know. You can turn it into a news machine, right? It doesn't have to be. I mean, to be fair, crypto Twitter is just as janky as everything else is, but now we're gonna start up the accounts for the we're gonna start up the page accounts this week. I have an account, but I don't use it. I have like a 14-year-old, 13-year-old account on there. Yeah, I haven't. I think the last thing I did on Twitter was post some during during airdrop season, was like forwarding some posts or some shit. That was a grind, bro. You remember airdrop season? They turned us all into freaking. They turned us all basically into clippers. That shit was fun though. That type of shit, even though there's not a lot of money in it, ends up being fun because like everybody's doing it. We were jumping from airdrop to airdrop, just trying to milk them. The tap game era was cool too. Hamster Combat and Dogs, Cats, all those games that came out on Telegram. Then we had the virtual node era. NFT game era. AI agents. The little sub narratives have been fun. I've got a couple ideas for the Telegram that could be fun. We got to work them out though. I do want to provide some features, but it's basically going to be like a halfway house to the Discord. But do not communicate with me on Telegram. Just assume it's not. If it's not an official post from the Telegram channel. In my opinion, Telegram should be read only. It's the safest way to go about it. I know a lot of you love Telegram. You know, and I hate to be the one to tell you, but that girl in the Bitcoin bikini in your DMs, yeah, that's a guy. Definitely a guy. It's so bad, Venus. You have no idea some of the bullshit messages I get on there. I'm good, Venus. Better than I deserve. How you doing? Good? On a side note, Bitcoin bikinis in the merch store soon. Yeah, I know. We've been talking about that for a while. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like there's any end in sight. What's the word on the ground over there, expectation wise? Yeah, understandable. Understandable. Well, hopefully this all resolves itself relatively quickly. Inshallah. There's one thing Americans, well, I mean, I guess it's a good thing, obviously, but we don't have that experience of waking up at war. Like, we've been in plenty of wars, but you don't have that experience of waking up and there's still a war going on in your country. Like, what time frame, Jerome? We're holding the bottom of this range. Retest of the break. She's trying to crawl back in. I don't want to go down. Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. I've talked to those people that I check on all the time that are really close to the situation. And one of the things that stands out to me is it's crazy how much of a good attitude you can keep under those sort of circumstances. I mean, unfortunately, it just comes through like experience, right? Like having to deal with it all the time. But I know we would be losing our shit. If this country would get attacked, all they'd have to do is shut down the internet. And then the 13, 14, and 15-year-olds would just destroy the country from the inside until they got TikTok back. It would just be wild, roving packs of preteens causing destruction and chaos. Bro, it would be bad. It'd be bad. 3 months in, there would just be groups of girls crying, doing TikTok dances into like a mall glass window, looking at their reflections. Hey, be careful. You don't want them to be too empathic. The therapist or the life coach that I coded into the Cypher Life OS is an asshole, man. He is definitely not going to tell you what you want to hear. Now, my personal assistant just glazes me. Personal assistant's the one that just tells me I'm brilliant. Yeah, I'm still holding silver, Christy. The plan was to hold silver to the bottom of the bear market on Bitcoin. Nice. Yeah, I lightened the load too. I got rid of some of my physical, but I just have a feeling that this super cycle is not done. So I'm adding at the lows. Either way, it's worked out really good because putting my altcoin money into silver, it really took that bag and just blew it up, you know? Yeah, everybody needs a little glaze, definitely. Somebody's got to do it. All right, looks like it's trying to build structure to get back into this. We might not be done with this range just yet, y'all. Which is why we don't count our measured moves until we get official breaks. What time is it? Waiting to see what time fake CME closes. All right, 3 hours. Yeah. Reason I'm not too worried about metals is because we're not at our bottom yet, and legacy hasn't really started to take a tumble. So when legacy starts to obviously come down, Bitcoin's not going to be bottomed out just yet, which means that, in my opinion, metals are going to be the safety play. Only thing that can sort of put a wrench in that are bonds. If the 30-year is above 5%, we might not see that hard of a rush into metals. The 30-year right now is above 5%, which is one of the reasons why I think we're not seeing metals run currently. Watch, look at this. XAU. So look at gold. Right, gold went up. When did gold start going down? Gold started going down when metals got above 5%. I mean, when yield got above 5%. Look here, yield above 5%. Look at what gold is doing.
What does that mean, D-Block, on a time period?
It means that if you're getting over 5% by just sitting in government bonds, gold doesn't have yield, right? So the only time that gold, because of its appreciation per year, becomes a hedge against inflation is if you can't get bonds over 5. But once bonds are above 5, it's a safer play than even gold. So you start to see, look, bonds over 5 in a big way, over 5%, gold just drops. Look at bonds underneath, gold pops. Right? Bonds low, gold high. Gold high, or bonds high, gold low. So there's the two defensive plays for big money. Unfortunately, one of them is not Bitcoin yet. We're just not seeing that. We love to say it, but we don't see it. Right? When shit hits the fan, you don't see the run.
Is that the average over 30 years? Did you say that 5% on gold?
This is, yeah, that's what they're offering. No, well, it's less than that, but the defensive nature of it not going down is the benefit of not being in is a benefit of it being
how they came up with that number. Not cool.
Well, 5%. Well, because at 5% per year, you're beating inflation with a real you got to take your yield, and then you got to take inflation and you got to reduce it, and that's how you get your real yield.
Yeah.
Right. So with bonds above 5%, that real yield sits at about 1%. So it's a difference between holding gold and not getting any yield versus holding bond and at least getting 1% over debasement.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's really that becomes the engine room of the economy, really, doesn't it?
Yeah. 1000%. Because it's gonna determine where that rotation goes. Like, look, if we take all of this off, it's got like the weekly.
I get a bit excited when I got a free minute at 3:30 in the morning here. I'm like, D-Bloc. Good catches. Happy to hear from you, mate.
Gold had such a good run, man. I wish I could rewind y'all to like 2 years ago when I was talking about getting into gold at the beginning of a bull market, and everybody was like, bro, the amount of people that were like, bro, you're like really, like, you love crypto, you're really into crypto. Why are you even talking about gold at this point? Or even worse, at the top when we were going into alt season, and everybody was trying to think of what altcoins to buy, and I was talking about silver. They're like, bro, like, thought you were a crypto guy. I'm a crypto guy, but on top of that, I'm a make money guy first and foremost.
Well, absolutely. I wonder how many. I made me think the other day because India stockpiles so much for family investments. Must have been a lot of Indian families pretty happy with the gold price.
Bro, the East buys the East buys metals, the West buys paper.
Yeah.
And that's why we're in this situation now, because I mean, they've just been hoarding gold and silver. India, China.
So well for us, in that that was the only way to get 20% for so long. So it was logical.
Yeah. And when I was talking about the super cycle, the main thing that I was bringing up was the supply shocks. It all started with them talking about repricing the gold in Fort Knox. Right? I was already in my position at that point, but that's when I started thinking, boy, if there is a single bar missing, gold is going to go absolutely crazy.
Well, that's why they'll never audit it, right?
That's why they never will, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Not in a real transparent way.
We can only predict the future by looking at the past. It's the best we've got, and they haven't really done it in the past very transparently.
My most entertaining sort of thesis about the gold isn't that it's not there. It's that there's too much. And nobody wants to answer the tough questions on where the hell did all this gold come from.
It's better for them to think that there's none there.
Yeah.
It creates those
They know they're not
scarcity.
worried about repricing because they know if they ever reprice, they're going to have all the money they need. What they're worried about is having to count those bars and explain the count. Because there
Yeah,
is
'cause some of
tons of Iraqi gold from when we went to over there. There's
Yeah.
tons of Gaddafi's gold.
Yeah.
And we can go back even further than that, I'm sure.
I mean, there's a lot of silly conspiracies like all the gold's gone, but I mean, these guys aren't stupid. They're not going to lose all their gold.
Nah.
Hopefully not. I don't think so.
They could have also been overselling bonds. There's just a lot of things. There's a lot of reasons why. Listen, there's every president has had the opportunity to do this, and none of them have taken it. And even Trump, when him and Elon came out and said, we're going to bring cameras. We're going to bring cameras into Fort Knox and we're going to show you the gold and da da da. Until that little red phone rang in the president's desk.
Not the red phone again.
A little red
By the
phone
way,
rang in the president's desk with that spooky voice on the other side that said, you need to relax.
You forgot to read the book properly. You missed something.
Mhm. We don't talk about Fight Club.
I guess if you're like the president, your job's to know everything, but you can't. So eventually that little red phone rings you up and says, hey, bro.
You're a temporary employee. As much hype as we put into US presidents, at the end of the day, at the very most, they're an 8-year temporary employee. You imagine being Putin or being the North Korean dude or the Chinese dude, and then
You've done all
the US president trying to tell
everything.
you shit, and you're like, bro. Like I
Nah, I
will
mean-
just wait you out, bro. I will just sit here in my country and chill out for the next 4 years until you're gone.
So I think my granddad said that a benign dictatorship is the best kind of governance.
Yeah, if you can get it. You know,
Yeah.
that's like the whole idea of communism. Yeah, that sounds amazing with the right person in charge. With the wrong person in charge, you're cooked.
But anyone that's done leverage trading knows that none of us have that capability, because as soon as you see 100, you see a million, and then you see a billion, and then you see it's like,
Mhm.
don't close trade.
What do you mean I can't have more?
But it would be so good for my family if I actually invested this amount. And then you turn around and it's like, oh my God, 60 grand would have saved my whole family. I didn't need 60 million.
It's funny. Give me a second, y'all. I'll be right back. Someone's knocking on my door. I'm back, yo. Damn, you heard about that plane incident? Dude almost got sucked out of the window. His wife saved him. About quick thinking.
The dude nearly got sucked out of a plane.
Got sucked out of the window, bro. Partially sucked out of the window.
Like an Airbus or a Boeing? Like a
Yeah, it's like a
big-
big passenger plane.
What'd she do?
Yeah, she grabbed him. I didn't watch the whole story, but they said that she saved him. I'm about to look at it now.
Oh, okay, yeah. Wow.
First thing I thought was, how many of your wives? Quick thinking like that. I'm gonna tell you the truth.
Both of
My
both of
ex,
my ex-wife, unfortunately.
bro, my ex would have probably panicked, and I'd have been out that window by the time action kicked in.
My ex is a neurosurgeon. She wouldn't have panicked. She probably would have just asked someone else to help.
She would have hit. She would have hit the.
Actually, she would have.
She would have hit the button. She would have. She would. She would have hit the assistant button. Ding, and just wait patiently for someone to show up.
Yeah, with her hands in it. Like, she would have been kicking me out the window. To be honest, if I think about it, she'd be like the first one.
Yeah, I think you got that one on the. You got that one on the. You hit that one on the head, Duff. It's just your ego that's keeping you from seeing the chart, bro. You need to get out of your own head. Stop trading the chart you want to see and start trading the chart that's actually there. Or keep losing, either one. You have the option, right? Everybody has decisions to make. Some people just refuse, bro. You can't will Bitcoin into doing what you want it to do, y'all. You can't gaslight Bitcoin. You can't trick it. You can't talk it into doing something. You can't. It's not how this works.
What's the odds that at the bottom will be in on the 3rd of October anyway, and people are just going to get fearful that it's going to go? That they're already starting to say, oh, it's going to be bearish till Christmas. It's like we're getting close.
It'll get lower. I mean, I've been saying the 5th and the 6th since November, but when we get there, people's numbers are already starting to be lower than mine. But the closer it gets, the worse it. People will be convinced that it's going to 20.
Everyone's like, nah, it's not going down, and then they're like, oh, I just started to hear that a few weeks ago. It's like, oh, it's because we're getting closer. Because top to top and top to bottom, or bottom to bottom, whatever. Any way you measure, it's always like 3 days in it. It's nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So. Yeah. It's fine. I just got to try and sell the house before October. Got 3 months to sell.
Oh, shit.
I'm just kidding.
I'm about to say you better get started. The houses aren't moving like how they used to.
Oh, they are in Australia, mate. They disappeared.
Really?
Look at this. Oh my gosh. I mean, my place went underwater for many years, but it pretty much doubled in the last 2 years.
Well, yeah, we're blow off top. Like, it's the top of the market.
Wow. Even my city, because it's almost a regional town, when COVID happened, all the smart people were from here, but they all FIFO into Sydney and Melbourne. And when they could come back here and work from home, all these high rollers came back and just bought up all the regional towns, man. Everything's just ridiculous here now. It became the most expensive city in the world to live in, where I am right now, which is crazy because we're like
that is crazy.
A big country town. Yeah. It's stupid. So I have a place in the middle of the city, so it put me above water.
Nice.
I'm sort of thinking like, fools, I just sell this, buy Doge, and go on a holiday for 2 years and come back. Mate, oh, damn it. That'd probably be the smartest idea you could do. Anyway, Bitcoin or something. Just piss off for a couple of years. I had an actual question if I'm not interrupting anything, Dbloc. I don't know if you're in the middle of a session or something.
No, I'm good with some.
Cool. Just with your AI, because I never had a chance to play with what you implemented.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a Discord bot or is it like a Chrome, like your agent that like copied you, that guy? Because I thought you built that within Discord.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, cool.
It's got
itself.
Go ahead.
That itself, I mean, just finding that Discord integration, I got it working now fully.
It wasn't easy. It was just a headache.
Okay, I'm glad it was, because otherwise I feel like I just went through a headache with that. I've got other headaches on other surfaces, but I'm assuming there wasn't anything out of the box for like barging and stuff around that. Like, because can you talk over your bot and it will stop talking?
What do you mean when I'm talking to it?
Yeah, so if it's talking and halfway through a sentence, if you say hey, and then does it stop? Okay,
Yeah.
cool. So you got barging working within Discord, because I don't want to dig any deeper than that. This is interesting because as far as I know, not too many things would give that. That's not out of the box. So I'm imagining that was a bit of a headache.
Yeah.
Cool. You're a super genius. Well done.
Bro, I'm just trying to figure it out, bro. I'm just literally trying to figure it out.
You adopted it. You adopted the pretty early on some of the right directions anyway.
I think that's probably what helped is that I started where I was up against I had already made it to the limit of what I could do. And then every time something new comes out, then it opens something else up. So it's not like you know what I mean? It's like I'm just adding to a base that, yeah.
Yeah, no, cool. Because that actually, I don't know how you resolved that one, but just it even so annoying. Like actually, Safari on iPhone, the mobile browser has a lot of limitations around full duplex connections and stuff.
Yeah.
There's actually a full limitation within Safari, and it's like the number one. I track all the people hitting me, and it's like always Safari mobile, and it's like I actually have to put a disclaimer up saying if you want the full voicing systems, you're going to have to jump over to Chrome or native and stuff like that, which is really frustrating because it's the number one platform.
Yeah.
Like I resolved it around Discord, and then I've hit some hard issues on Safari mobile, but that's cool.
I'll be honest with you, like I don't think Discord integration is like the end all be all though. It's good for some things, but some of the stuff that I'm doing like the life coach and some of the OS, like personal OS that I want to build for people, like that needs to live on their PC.
Yeah, and I agree. The only reason that
because people don't, I just don't want people to. I don't want people to be talking about personal shit on the Discord, but B, also just not be honest because it's on Discord. You know what I mean? Like,
well, I mean, I've had to set up the encryption, and a lot of mine actually goes through my personal machine, and you actually have to encrypt with the latest connectors in there quite heavily. But the only reason I kind of progressed Discord first was because I had more users on there for testing multi-user room and stuff. Because I literally have to have users, and I'm really busy trying to build the platform out, and I need more people using the platform.
Yeah.
But in terms of Discord, I've kind of actually spent thousands of hours and dollars and tokens building a Discord replacement actually. So it integrates fully with Discord, and it's got all the features, and it's kind of like Slack and Discord and Teams and stuff. So I'm hoping to kind of go into that type of space. But yeah, it was just because the user base really had people on that platform.
No.
For me, the web front end, the funnel's probably the most important, and then I'm starting to build a iOS and apps anyway. I've also got a roadmap for the most advanced vision system for guide dog, for humans basically to guide themselves around with a phone. And they're going to release Apple's. Was basically known that Apple delayed their Apple glasses. It should be September next year.
And I'll be honest with you, that's where I think you're going to make the biggest splash. Just because, you know what I mean? You personally invested.
Yeah, so I've got, the thing is I noticed with the latest AI chip on the phone, there's already something built into the Apple now, but it's not fully complete. But I've got, 6 or 7 I've worked in, or when I've tested vision systems for a long time, because at the Royal Society of the Blind, I've gone into their tech labs and had their stuff taken away and tested it for them and stuff. But there's nothing that's got everything in one. like that can sort of detect objects and explain where to go and path detect and narrate the scene and tell you to go left and right. And there's these features in every app, and you can prove that it works, but no one's put it all together in one app properly yet.
Well, sounds like you
And
know
an
what the job
battery
is.
system, it's like, oh yeah, it's definitely the most, and Apple has the most advanced chipsets and stuff. And I worked on stuff a bit like this years ago on some haptic feedback systems I built with a guy. I actually
Yo, when somebody tells me there's nothing that does this, that shit is exciting to me.
There is, because like it's like a guide dog. I'm going to try and get funding now rather than necessarily completing it, but I'm partly way through it now. But I've also built in, like, I want it to know how guide dog works, for instance, because guide dogs are
Bro,
trained
it's 2026. All you need is a video. All you need is a video showing what you expect it to do, and then start getting funding. You know what I mean? And then start working on it.
Yeah, well, I've already got almost the working app. I can load it across. So for the text, we've already got all the disclaimers, like this is not a replacement for a cane or a guide dog and all that. And like, I can show the apps separately, that if you do those multiple apps, and it will work within the camera without AI. It works with AI chip, and it also works with AI and LiDAR chip, so it will fall back to whatever it can.
Yeah.
And there is
Hey,
nothing,
Dbloc.
like there's an example of 6 different apps that if you put it together, they do it. And Apple just released this thing, and it's just a basic demo, but they've also just kept releasing their vision libraries now. So like in about 3 months, Metaglass developers will be able to release their stuff as well. So I'll go pick that up and add my agent to that. And then on the phones where the advanced system is, there is no better LiDAR system for navigation than an iPhone with the camera system on it. Even there's nothing. And then I'll be able to release that to the Apple Glass next year.
Yeah.
If I don't release it, and the first one too, I don't care if someone else does it. So I actually don't even care to share every detail.
No, don't.
In a sense,
Don't.
I'm not going to. No, I'm not. I've already learned, because I've locked everything.
You got to
down.
defend that shit now, bro. I'm like that too, bro. I get excited about shit and I just want to break it down. You know what I mean? And then it's
the
like,
thing is it's a win-win for me, Dbloc. Like, I'm not going to share it because I've already started locking myself down on that, so I'm not sharing. But to be honest, like, if someone came out with it first, well, then I'll have a system that will let me walk around completely blind with your eyes shut.
Yeah.
And if they don't, and I get it first, I'm going to have the first system where you can walk around completely blind. It doesn't exist at the moment.
that'd be
and I
so
got the
sick,
prototype
bro.
for it.
It'd be so sick.
Well, I'm
What's-
thinking it could be as stupid as this, right? You get a haptic feedback glove, sit in your car, close your eyes, and your car says, put the pedal down, turn left, turn right. I know it's scary as hell, but I mean, you could put me on a racing track.
Scary for you. What about me? I'm terrified. I'm thinking about the guy next to me in the car.
Yeah, put me on a racing track, though. I can see how quick I can get around it by jolt left, jolt right with a little bit of haptic feedback and vision system.
Yeah.
You don't need an autonomous driving car. You have an autonomous driving headset and gloves, and pedal. You don't need the whole car to be autonomous. I can go drive a old muscle car around with a haptic glove, footwear, and headset. So anyway,
Can I
thing I've got it.
Yeah, what's going on,
I'm trying to
Coco?
focus on-
I just got a question, and I want
Thanks,
Fly.
Dbloc, for
No, Fly. I want
Yeah,
you to
thank you.
hold tight for just a second, because this involves you, and it's crazy cool what you're doing. Okay, just side note, selfish little thing here, if you don't mind, Dbloc. We've talked off YouTube privately, kind of before, about the VA thing.
Yeah.
Could that be something that Fly could create? Because it sounds like it's as unique as what he is. Would that be a good connection?
He
I
can
know
probably
right
help
now-
you if you're up to, like, if you're in any sort of issues, like if you're coming up to any issues. But what you're trying to do isn't as complicated, in my
as what he's
opinion.
doing.
Yeah,
Obviously,
yeah. I think it's very doable.
Okay. If I get, because I have
What's the
such
question,
limited.
Dbloc?
Yeah, tell just explain it to Fly what you're doing so he knows.
I can't hear her. Is she on text?
Oh, you can't hear her?
Oh, do I have people muted? I'm sorry.
Hold on, he's
I
checking to
don't
see
know
if he's
I
got
do.
you
I'm
muted.
not hearing anybody though.
Oh wow.
Can you see my status? Can you? Let's check it. No, you can't
Fly
see
of,
mine.
of all the flavors in the universe, bro, why do you always choose to be salty? What's going on in your real life that you just you just choose to be salty? Like you skip right over sweet, you skip right over savory.
No, I'm the least salty.
You just like naturally a douchebag, or does that take effort?
I think so. I think it's when I became a nerd, I had to also take the douchebag part.
That takes
So
a
I
lot
can't
of
pick up
effort, bro. I
nerds.
don't know how many people are naturally just assholes all the time.
Yeah. Sorry, I've heard a lot lately. It's fine.
Okay, maybe I don't want to talk to Fly. No,
I'm
I'm
happy,
kidding.
I'm happy to change. I'm going to quickly try and locate Coco in the list of users and unmute Coco. One of my favorite Dbloc.
Seriously,
People.
I can't believe
Hang
I'm totally offended. I've never been muted before, at least that I know of.
Nah, Discord does that shit to people all the time.
I'll try to justify it. We'll jump down to another trading floor or something and talk. I don't want to go here and take up all this time. That's
No,
not
that's cool.
cr-
We're just sitting here chilling.
Oh yeah, there is a reason why I'm trying to replace Discord. I made it worse. So hard for me to use. Hang on.
I'm still trying to figure out Discord myself.
Welcome back, Ghost.
Okay, Dbloc, you're gonna have to tell me if I'm talking over anyone because I can't see it. And Coco just logged out. So
I think she's fixing her mic. Her mic was making some noises.
oh, cool. I'm on the phone. Like I was just trying to go down the list, and now for some reason, where the phone used to read to me, it just like reads the screen behind the little tiles. Weird GUI, man.
I think I missed part of that conversation. I just switched over to my laptop. Fly, it's 3 in the morning there.
It's funny
You
because
can-
today when I logged in, I'm like, I'm gonna try and not annoy anyone, not be an ass.
Can you guys hear each other
like,
now?
I can hear Fly. Can he hear me?
It'll be my fault. I'll find her on the
No,
list.
he can't hear you still.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I'll do it. It's not. I'm actually not going to stop until I fix it. It might just take me a couple of minutes. So don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. Hang on.
You want to, since he can hear you, Dbloc, you want to tell him to jump down to trading floor 2 and I can talk to him there so we don't have to be on YouTube.
Fly, she said if you jump down at trading floor 2, we'll meet you down there.
Yeah, cool. Oh, that'll be easy for me to locate her in the list as well. Yeah, that's a good idea. We'll do that. We'll jump down to trading floor 2. It's probably like the people I speak to the most are more likely to get muted because they probably like hit their little user icons and stuff. I'll jump down there. Thanks, Dbloc.
All right, no problem. You heard him, right? Well, she said it's time to turn up. There's nothing wrong with that. Give me a second. I'll finish this food and then I'll cut my camera on. We're not doing a Cypher mukbang. What are you going to do? Go long? So far, pretty clean retest. We got to take out those lows and then we can have that measured move go actual solid. Yeah, unfortunately, all the alts are sort of staring at BTC right now to see if they have permission to keep going or not. Anybody ever epoxied a desk before?
Like epoxy what?
Desk. Like a wood desk.
No, I've used epoxy, but not like that.
It's like I'm tired of having to clean and oil this thing up all the time.
I'm sure YouTube, you can find some pretty clear instructions. I use YouTube for anything. Like I just don't understand how you cannot know how to do anything, you know.
There
You can
isn't.
learn to do everything on YouTube.
That's what everybody was saying. This girl went viral the other day. I mean, she's young, to be fair. She was probably like 17, 18. She's in a gas station, and she had a flat tire, or her tire pressure was low, so she filled it up, but then the car was still saying low tire pressure, and she must have been having a bad day. She was just panicking. She's just like, I'm just sitting here. It says low tire pressure. I put the air in. It still says low tire pressure. I don't know what to do. I'm just sitting here waiting for a man. Just waiting for a man to show up and come rescue me. I hate this shit. And I'm like, girl, you're on a phone recording yourself that has AI, Google, YouTube. Like, what are you could have become a tire expert in 15 minutes.
Women, I think it's changing now, but women have been kind of programmed, learned helplessness.
Yeah. She was young too, like I said. So, but still, like, there's
Maybe
no
she's just like-
excuse anymore.
Hey, Dbloc,
Really?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt again.
No, you're good.
I noticed, I jumped down there and I noticed it says Fly is in Degen Dungeon. Is that what's causing him the trouble?
No, he just went to a different room. Just join him there.
Well, I did that and he wasn't there. Okay. So, but Degen Dungeon, that's a
It's just
room?
another room. Yeah, it's just another room.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
Smarted.
You can't write this shit. Excuse me. That's good, Ghost. What? What? That's gotta be a sign, bro. I mean, there's some volume that came in. When's the last time that this thing is broken? Jesus. I mean, at some point, this downtrend breaks, right? It's alive. That might be the nicest price action Dot had in over 2 years. Maybe here. But boy, has it been bad since then. What sickens me about this shit is that it never holds its move. You know what I mean? Like there's no reason a move like this should just end. You get these big 4-hour candles, and then it's a wrap. Right? Or like the daily is probably even easier to see. Big 1-day pumps, 1-day pump, 1-day pump, 1-day pump. 3 days, 1 day. Yuck. Just M pattern, macro M after macro M.
You're looking at
Hmm?
you're looking at polka dot.
Yeah. Ghost was saying that it's starting to that it was moving. Which is, it's always surprising to see Dot start to move. So retest of that top, I think, is within reason. W pattern plays out, retest that downtrend, grab all that liquidity. That might have legitimately been some of the, like, one of the dumbest things I've ever heard somebody say in crypto. When the da in chat earlier said that we cheat by looking at liquidity and liquidations. It's just
Cheater.
it's always the truly stupid shit that sticks to you. Yeah, that'll give us a retest of that uptrend. At least we'll see what happens after that. History would tell you that that rolls over. If you can get above, then obviously your next downtrend would be the target. This is Bitcoin finishing an amazing July, though, by the way, to even give this the opportunity to do that, which we're not sure is going to happen just yet. And we're about to sweep now. We broke that low, so our measured move is official.
I just have to say, yay.
So trap shorts is what we're looking for. I'd like to see it trap somewhere in this range. Yeah. Even if it doesn't hit the whole measured move. Deviation play, right? We're trying to make sure that this is not a deviation out of the range, which means you need to find resistance at the bottom of that range. If price gets accepted back into that range and holds, then this is a deviation out of that range. I think Dot probably suffered the most. Well, one of the most, because of the lack of interest in utility during this run. But there's a couple quant. You can put quant into that category. You can put chain link into that category. $15, make it exciting. Type 2 on the 15-second. Bulls, if you're trying to make magic happen. Well, you've already gotten to 382. but you want a good 382 hit to base off of. Bears, you know the job. Don't let it get over the 50.
Okay.
There's a cleaner hit on the 382. It's a little better. Yeah, just ignore it. If he jumps in your DMs, just block him. I handled it.
Yeah, where's all the liquidations?
We're on the 15-second chart. Yeah, we've also got some walls beneath us, unless they've moved already. We looked at earlier how this move got sold into, right? We had a massive grid here, right, which allowed this guy to unload his position without creating massive slippage. But now we've got some walls underneath us. They're kind of scattered, right? Super spoofy, but there is an area of interest. Excuse me. Nah, I don't think so. There's no way to know for sure just yet, but I would expect to trap a little lower than that. Remember what we've been doing lately too, where we'll trap longs and shorts, but until the psych ranges come in, we keep retrapping one side. Let me get off the 15-second because that's what's making you feel like that. Yeah, head and shoulders, M. Either way, the measured move is the same because it's smaller than the actual channel. Right, the measured move from this break comes from the width of the channel. The M pattern or the head and shoulders would have the same. What is nice about it is that retail loves head and shoulders. Right, so you would expect a reaction to that. Yeah, exactly. Why'd you remind me of that? I don't know why that pissed me off so much. I think it's because the first thing I saw in the morning. But yeah, that bothered me. Either way, like I was saying, the measured move, whether you're looking at an M pattern or the head and shoulders, is less of a measured move than you're already getting from the break of the channel. That's why I didn't. That's why I didn't draw it out. One gives you the other, basically. Another reason it's not worth drawing it out is because the invalidations are just as important as the measured moves, right? So if we put an invalidation there for that M pattern, price goes above and invalidates. That does nothing to invalidate this measured move. So there's no sense of relief. There's no actionable data that you get from that either playing out or breaking down. But it 1000% is, you're right. That is the head and shoulders. I can't stop seeing it, Roka. I see it everywhere now, bro. Like literally see it everywhere. Oh shit, get ready, guys. Get ready. Yeah. Just so I'm not just talking shit and we can turn it into a teachable moment. The reason that I was talking shit about Garrett's Head and Shoulders, aside from the fact that it's not a Head and Shoulders. What's going on, Issa? But just so you understand why it matters. The bearishness from a Head and Shoulders comes from a mix of sentiment and order flow, right? You come down and you hit this spot and you find buys. Price breaks the local high, right? So you're euphoric at this point. Price comes back and retests the same spot where people bought in and doesn't break, right? But the pressure that comes in isn't enough to take out the high. So this kills sentiment. Not only does this kill sentiment, but the fact that it couldn't get back up to that level shows that there weren't the same amount of buyers, which means that the orders at this level are getting thinner. So when price comes back to that level and breaks, right, you've cleared all the orders on this order book, and you have the bearish sentiment of we thought we were doing something, now we've got a lower high, broke support, this shit's going down. That's what makes Head and Shoulders so powerful. But look at what happens if you use angled Head and Shoulders. Right, let's just assume for shits and giggles that this was down here. Even if it's perfect, and by perfect, I mean like the head, the shoulders are the same distance, blah, blah, blah. The sentiment is completely different, right? Think of the sentiment as a trader. Okay, you come on, it holds. You come up, you get an all-time high. Now you're underneath where you bought in at. There is no bullish sentiment here left at this point. And then you come up and you reject off the bottom of that range. Everybody's already bearish. Crossing this line does absolutely nothing. Right? Because that line isn't an order in the book. When you have a horizontal line, that line is sitting on the book. Right? And there might be 10 million, 20 million, 40 million, $100 million there. Until that $100 million is gone, price isn't dropping that line. When it drops is because the money's gone. Right? So the trigger part of it, the bearish trigger comes from the fact that Head and Shoulders have flat bottoms. Right? It has nothing to do with the shape. It has everything to do with the attempt, the attempt to get above local high, getting above local high, and then the failure to get above local high again, matched with a spot in the order book getting drained. Both those things, two things. Right? On angled Head and Shoulders, you only have one catalyst. Right. I'm better now. I just needed to get that out. But if you have somebody that's just memorized patterns but doesn't understand why the pattern works or how the pattern plays out or what's the psychology behind the pattern, then to them, there's going to be no difference, right? Just because it's a little angled shouldn't make a big difference. It still looks like a head and shoulders. It might even play out and give you the measured move that the head and shoulders would have. Even then, doesn't make it a head and shoulders. Just means when price went in the direction you thought it was going to go. So if you make that call 100 times, you're going to lose, more than half. This is a head and shoulders, yeah. We were talking about, if you guys weren't here yesterday, we were talking about Gareth Soloway's video. He was so excited about this pattern. Rarely shows itself. Da 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 da. And I mean, he was like really excited. Really excited. And this was the head and shoulders that he drew. Again, I'm not trying to bash him, but we were just talking about it, so I wanted to make sense. So that's what he's talking about. And it's like, why do all that? Like, why do the mental gymnastics to try to make that a head and shoulders when it's already a beautiful W? Not only is it a beautiful W, but the measured move is exactly the same. Yeah, exactly. It's a bullish channel. But that's why I try to teach you guys W's and M's, right? Because W's and M's are the Lego blocks that make up the patterns. If you can understand the way that the Lego blocks, that the structure is sort of building, you don't even need to know the pattern. Now, knowing the pattern is important because retail knows all the patterns. It's the first thing they learn. So you want to see that, right? You want to see if you're in a bull flag that looks like it's supposed to break out, but you're getting M patterns at the top over and over with lower highs. And you know what I mean? Like, this is important. While everybody else is waiting for that bull flag to break, you're already spotting the weakness. Just look at this flag, right? Everybody that's looking, let's say people are looking at this as a bullish channel and they're just waiting for the bullish channel to break. Right? That's the only pattern that they see is the bullish channel. At this time, you've taken that W long that played out. That M pattern gave you your short to the bottoms of the range. You've played this W pattern that played out and fractaled. Right? And you're in the middle of a bullish pattern that you're still in, waiting for it to play out, while everybody else is waiting for something to build or something to, something to look more textbook. Yeah. And obviously, yeah, it's good to know when your M's and W's have now built a pattern that the majority of retail sees and makes them want to act in one direction or the other, right? That's what we want. The reason we watch the M's and the W's is because that's how market maker builds the patterns. So the pattern will give you a measured move, but watching the pattern build, watching how it fights at certain levels, is it easy to build a pattern? Is there resistance, right? All of these things matter. You know how when you go to a museum and you see a painting and you get really close, you can see the strokes, and all the art nerds sort of geek out about how beautiful the strokes are, da da da. Well, that's what M's and W's are. If market makers the artist, then the M's and W's are the strokes, the patterns, the painting. I think he likes it. I'm not here to kink shame, but sometimes he comes in here like begging to get kicked. Like sometimes you could tell he's trying, but he just can't help himself because it just shit just comes out. But sometimes it's like he just comes in like hot, like. And then you notice if you ignore him, he'll get frustrated, and he'll like intensify. Okay, this got me banned last time. Maybe if I say this. It's good, Joe. That's when he's trying not to get banned. That's why I say that he can't help it. It just comes out and he's like, shit, I did it again. And he deletes it. Yeah, like my doctor told me I'm supposed to do that with grandma, but like she's 90 years old. Morning, H. Or evening, afternoon. Wherever you are on this world, on this globe. Can't keep up with H. She's all over the place right now. Yeah, I've got a couple of things that I need to fix still before I put it out for stress testing, but I'm going to. There's a couple things I need to fix. But this is the site he's talking about. This will be out soon for Discord, and then not too long after that for the general public. Like if you look at it long enough, everything rotates. Yeah, it does make you feel kind of small, right? Makes you feel really small when you do this shit. Somebody in their car just eating lunch. But yeah, if anybody that hasn't seen this, this is our screener. I've got to turn on some of the back ends. The back ends aren't connected right now. And then our moves tracker. Coming soon to the interwebs near you. Yeah, we've got everything, bro. There's categories for crypto, for stocks. Hey, look, all are welcome. If you're a flat earther, I got you, bro. Look, you just come in here, come to maps, and then right here, this is the flat earth view. There you go. You're good now. You're covered. This is Tartania. That part of the earth is none of our business. I got you. I'm actually going to this restaurant in the next couple days where all the food is infused. The appetizers, the main course, the dinner, the drinks. It's carried out of there. We're holding the bottom of this range, y'all. Holding the bottom of this range, and we held under control. So top of the range would be the target if the 50 holds. Yeah. Yeah, I just have to repost. Actually, let me put that on my to-do list for today so I don't forget. I have to repost and not show. I've actually known that for at least 3 or 4 days now. I just haven't got around to it. Let me start doing that right now, actually. Remember, the invalidation of this doesn't mean anything for the measured move down because the measured move comes from the channel itself. So we're just watching this range again. Let's go down lower time frames. Not yet. Yeah, it's holding on to this range for dear life. I mean, it's made for some decent trading, though, right? If anybody's just range trading this. Age with the full 12 months. Wow, it's been a year already. That's crazy. They grow up so quick. You know? It's like you blink and they're asking for your keys to go to the mall. Yeah, I'm using the candle as a lighter because my lighter's dead and I don't feel like going to the store. You can judge me if you want to, but this is life right now. I don't know, bro. Some people do, but it's like, you know, it reminds me of people during COVID that were buying, they went and just bought, you know, $5,000 worth of water. Or like they won't use lighters because they don't want to suck in the butane. Like, no, I need to use a hemp wick to light my, like, bruh, you're gonna leave and go eat McDonald's right after this. What are we talking about? Like, really, what are we even talking about? You can't drink tap water, but you've been living off McDonald's for the past 17 years. Make it make sense. Yeah, you got a point. Everything in moderation, including moderation, is what I say. Oh yeah, yeah. No, I can't. Yeah. I can't drink Zephyr Hills. You just must want to die. It's just funny the things that people ignore and then the things that people hyper focus on is always funny as shit to me.
Denied.
Time is it? 3:50. All right, you established the weekend range. Now trap the shorts and come back up into it. Something like that would be pretty. That's a good looking weekend trap right there. You've been working out. We're holding this 50 though, so the most probable outcome here is that you go to the top of the range. Right, we're talking probability. Bottom of the range, out the point of control, top of the range. That would make a very ugly looking weekend trap. Not ugly, but beautiful in its own way. I like that. Daily open, really. 63. Like if we're looking at market maker motivations, right, they're all below. Means anything above is retail. Oh shit. I didn't go to the gym yesterday and I feel like I don't know if anybody works out on, well, I know a couple of you work out on a regular, but you know how when you skip gym day on a day you're not supposed to, like it's not your regular off day, your body the next day is like not sore, but it feels like you've been just laying on your ass, basically. Like your body's begging to go to the gym. Yeah, bro. Muscles have a memory. Like I know we talk about muscle memory when it comes to certain shit, but muscles have a memory. They, if you stimulate them, they will be ready for that stimulation at that time every day. Anybody that's gone to the chiropractor, even if you haven't gone to the gym, if anybody's had to go to the chiropractor, like got into an accident and had scheduled chiropractor meetings, I used to have to go daily. And it was at the same time every day. When I stopped going at that same time every day, my body would just start aching. But for the gym, for sure. It's the dopamine, yeah. It's everything, right? The endorphins and the adrenaline and the dopamine. If I could go back as a kid, like to when I was a kid, and give myself one piece of workout advice, only one piece. Obviously, it'd be don't stop working out, but it would be don't stop doing pull-ups. Never stop doing pull-ups. Bro, I used to bang out. I used to spend the days on the monkey bars, bro. And that's one of the worst things to get back. Once you lose the ability to do, because once you lose the ability to do pull-ups, first of all, it's great for your upper body and your shoulders and all that. If you don't ever stop doing pull-ups, you're going to be in amazing shape. Even if you don't go to the gym, you just do pull-ups every day. But if anybody's tried doing pull-ups after you're an adult and you haven't done pull-ups since you're a kid, you'll know why. You can be strong as hell. It doesn't matter your muscles, bro. I've seen people completely jacked that can't do pull-ups. The only way to get better at doing pull-ups is by doing pull-ups. There's really no exercise. You can maybe like lat pull downs or something like that, but that's a skill that once you lose it, it's hard to get back. Like when you're a kid, you jump on the bar, you're doing muscle ups, you're not even thinking about it. You do a muscle up at the gym right now, everybody stops and claps. That used to just be everyday shit when you were a kid, right? Now it's like people are impressed. Not easy, man. Nah, no bullshit. That is a fact. And trust me, you do it if you have to, but what you don't want to be is at the gym with one of those assistant bands trying to do pull-ups. That was not fun. You had to swallow your ego on that one. I can bang out some pull-ups, but I can't do a muscle up without struggling. And then there's some days I can't even get up over that bar. And I'm in decent shape.
Because you're a big boy.
That comes from a lot of, I mean, before it was easy. That's what we're talking about is the skill that you need to jump a fence. You didn't even think about that when you were a kid. You jumped up on that fence, you muscled up over the fence, and you vaulted over that shit. Like, so yeah, when I stopped climbing fences is when I lost the ability to really get up there like that. Yeah, always, right? Progression. That's the point. If I did, 7 yesterday, I'm doing 8 today. But you do hit a plateau. That's the worst. Anybody that works out a lot, those plateaus, every day you're coming onto the gym and you're adding weight, right? Or maybe, 2 or 3 days to get used to the weight and you're progressively adding. Then you hit this wall. And you'd be stuck at that shit for months.
All right. Denied under the wedge and now a big dump.
Looks like it. We lost the 50, but until we really break this and get into this vector, I'm not gonna be convinced. That range has got a bit of a magnet in it. It's the weirdest thing, bro, because before, when I was bigger, I was like over 200 pounds. I was stuck at 2 plates for a while, bro, on the bench press. Like, I mean, for a while, just stuck there. And it was weird because it would go from being my PR to then I could do, 10 reps. But it would get to the point where I could do 30 reps, but I couldn't get a new PR. That shit was so frustrating. A lot of it is mental. I watched this thing the other day on supplements, right? And they were basically given, 2 plates on each. I was just stuck, bro. I was watching this. Excuse me. I was watching this. It was like a scientific sort of like experiment with a couple people in the gym. Small sample size, but they're basically giving them creatine and then checking their performance for a certain amount of time. And they were going through all of the supplements. And then there was a supplement at the end that they were saying was this Chinese micronized oral peptide or something, right? And the creatine was increasing people's PR. Everything was doing all right, but this last one, every person in the group broke their PR 2 to 3 times within that week. Muscle recovery was better, the amount of effort was better, blah blah blah, all of that, right? And then at the end, they told them that that micronized peptide was just a creamer.
I knew it.
Yeah,
Placebo.
it was a placebo. So it's really your brain, bro. It's really the mind muscle connection and just feeling like there's some reason why you can do it today that you couldn't do it yesterday. Right. But sitting down there and saying, oh, this is my PR, I'm not going to be able to get it again. Watch. That shit has a real effect, like a real measurable effect. But mind muscle connection at the gym is important, right? It's not just getting the weights up, it's making that mental connection between the bicep and your brain and really focusing on what you're doing. That was fun, bro. The people at the gym were pissed. 2 of the guys got upset. They're like, "Damn, I thought I finally found the answer." And the guy's like, "You did finally find the answer." And they're like, "Nah, nah, nah." Like, bro, this like guy's already back in his head. Like, just finished knocking out all these PRs. Just finished proving that you don't need anything but, you know what I mean, a strong will and a good mindset to do it. And now you're pissed that the Chinese peptide isn't real.
I don't know what happened over this last, I think, month, could be 2 months. I went from doing my push-ups and my squats and not really being able to see much of a difference to all of a sudden, like my whole body just transformed.
Hey, nice. That's
Feels
good.
like overnight. It's crazy.
There's an
I'm only doing
edge.
squats.
Yeah, there's that happens, your body transforms. But it's like I said, there is a point where you'll notice it. Yeah, it's like really slowly, and then it's almost like your mass starts sitting in different places.
Yeah, I mean, I used to do yoga and that happened with yoga, but I mean, I would do yoga an hour a day.
You know, body
So-
recomposition. You know,
It's great though. I wasn't even expecting, I was trying to be healthy. So I didn't really think with push-ups and squats it would make such a difference. But
are you
I mean, I
kidding me?
am
That's
gradually
everything.
adding-
That's full body compound exercises.
Yeah, that's why I picked them.
Calisthenics is really the shit. If I had I don't have the energy for it. I'll be honest with you. A couple of my homeboys just do calisthenics, and I mean, what you can get done on a bar, body wise, is incredible, and they all look the same. Like there's a certain body type. Like you can tell when somebody doesn't lift weights or they're just doing body weight exercises.
I sometimes watch videos every once in a while. It's impressive.
Yeah.
know what body style you're talking.
Yeah, I don't really touch none of that shit either. I mean, I take creatine for other reasons, but creatine is just good overall. Creatine's not really going to do much. So creatine's going to add, if you're brand new to the gym, creatine might add 2 to 3 pounds of lean muscle in the first like 2 to 3 months. But the brain benefits of creatine are way more valuable than the gym. But yeah,
Nice
all of that other shit. I don't take protein drinks. I like to eat, so I don't have a problem getting my protein in. You know? Don't threaten me with a good piece of steak. Yeah, kettlebells are good too.
It's time for me to eat. I'm gonna go do that.
Enjoy.
Thanks.
Yeah, Limitless. That's what we've been looking at for this Green July. If it holds together is the question. That name doesn't ring a bell. The Liver King, I know. That dude got exposed. I mean, what's crazy is he even had to be exposed. Nah, I don't know that name. But growing up in New York, calisthenics are big. You'll see all the 5%ers at the park. I do think that's probably the healthiest you could be, though. Like, gym muscles are cool and shit, but they're not always functional. Like calisthenics and probably what's that other shit? Mewing saved Pepin's life. You're welcome.
Thank you, Dbloc.
Did I just hear a little kid?
I know, little kid.
Oh, I got it. It sounded like a little boy. So thank you, Dbloc. That was funny.
No, I just popped in right at the end when he just said you're welcome. So I don't even know what he was talking about.
That was good timing. Now I was talking about CrossFit. Even though CrossFit gyms are super cringe, but that sort of training is functional.
Oh, yeah. But only during a certain time of the month for women, though, Dbloc, I gotta say.
Oh, I mean, that's on y'all.
Then it can get a little different.
Yeah, the culture of CrossFit is what's just. I guess it's just because it's like lit right now or whatever. But no, if you think that's bad, then you should go to hot yoga.
Shoot, man, it's 95 degrees right now. It's hot. I just gotta do the stretching part now.
You sound like you're talking to us on a calculator. You on your phone? Or are you in the car?
Yeah, sorry, I switched it back to my iPhone.
Okay.
A calculator.
Like one of those Texas Instrument ones with all the buttons, though. Not like just a cheap calculator, but a calculator nonetheless.
Oh my gosh! You remember when they would be like in little pockets on the classroom wall, and you had to like put your student ID in there in order to borrow it?
We went to different schools. I remember having to give my student ID to get my book that we shared with every other person that was in that classroom, and we didn't get to take it home. New York City public schools.
That's cool. You got to have like a Hey Arnold. You know, like you went to PS 118.
Hmm. It was cool because you could write in the book, like we would have conversations with the person that was in the next period. And then like everybody that grabbed that book would answer. And then the next day you would just read what everybody wrote.
Text messaging, literally,
Hmm.
like in a textbook. Super meta. I'm on my way to my grandma's. She's not doing well today.
Oh, no.
Yeah, like I'm about to go on vacation, and my sister's coming on Monday, and we were supposed to like the airport is right at my grandma's, and so we were gonna all like fill up her house, and you know all the family would be there because she's super family oriented. And
Bring Gamma some ice cream or
sister was
something.
coming in today. Yeah, I'm gonna boil down some cabbage. So my aunt says that she likes, and then that'll give her some energy.
Not exactly ice cream, but okay.
I think you know what? There are some ice creams still. I know that she does better when family's around, and so my idea is to go over there and just get her to eat. And like, cause I called her and it was not good. Like I'd never heard her pause with like while talking
Hmm.
so many times. So it's enough for me to worry. To like, I live an hour away, so I'm gonna go right now.
It's a good granddaughter.
Thank you. My aunt lives the next city over, but she can't drive, and my uncle, which is her husband, has lung cancer. So they had to recently like take him to the beach so that he could breathe because the air in LA is like really awful right now.
That's crazy.
It usually is, but like, cause there's tons of valleys around LA. The hills and the mountains just sort of trap the air. And so it doesn't blow away unless the winds come or the ocean meets that temperature for the wind to like get windier. So like heat and bad quality air will just sort of lay down into the valley. But recently there was this big old warehouse that burnt down. Like some disgruntled employee got super angry and then burnt this this place to the ground, and it had a bunch of frozen foods and all kinds of different food. And so it took them for some reason a couple days to get the fire out. And then the food just stayed, like whatever food survived just stayed in there and started rotting. And then they were concerned about it leaking into the water system, and then that it put
Jesus.
out this like bad air quality. I don't know the science behind all of that, except for the food, obviously, but it worried my grandma. She's like, close all the doors. Grandma, we need for sure close them because there's this warehouse. Anyway, we could change the subject. What's going on here?
Nothing. Just sitting at the bottom of this range, like if we don't want to leave. And then on the side, taking all the PDFs we've made, all the screen decks we've made, and branding them. And then setting a folder for posts. I'm gonna start posting on social for the channel. Got Twitter and Telegram going. You know any of the TikTok dances, Tana?
A TikTok dancer?
We need, no, do you know the TikTok dances? Because we need content for TikTok. So I'm going to need you to start learning all the new trends.
Okay, I'm going to need to give you my bank account number so you can hold money into it.
I don't even know if you can hold a beat yet. What are we talking about?
You can start paying me little, and then you'll get what you pay for.
Yeah.
And then the more you receive, the better the dance gets.
Right. Yeah, she could start with the 6-7 dance. A little late, but there might be some traction there still.
Still try to do the floss. It's like rubbing my belly and tapping my head at the same time. I can't seem to nail that one.
Well, at least it's already past that time, so you don't have to worry about it anymore.
What about the one where you like lean back your torso and then you wiggle your arms back and forth and you look up at the sky?
I don't know, but I just imagine the inflatable man outside of the inflatable man outside of like the car rental places with his head stuck.
So exactly that, except my arms are floating like wiggly.
No, I know what you're talking about.
What's the name? What's the name of that one?
I have no idea, man.
My mom is a really great dancer. She'll snap her fingers when she does it.
That sort of thing skips generations.
My girlfriend says that I'm a good dancer, Dbloc.
She loves you though.
I don't know choreography very well, but I can move my hips.
Where is... I need to find this video now, or...
The content could be clickbaity, like this girl thinks she can dance.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. Sometimes somebody being bad is is goes more viral than somebody being good. Why isn't this? This is not the one I was looking for. That shit is funny though. Hold on. All right, not the one I'm looking for, but hold on.
I just have Discord open because I'm on my phone and I can't have both. Oh, okay, I see.
Putting it back into it. Hey, get it. Yes, ma'am. But no, that's not the one I was looking for. The one I was looking for was just like that, but it was stuck the other way, and its arms were just flailing in the air.
I can do it. Put your back into it. Oh, I figured out the Claude and all the things that you helped me with that one night.
Yeah.
Dude, I got crazy with it.
Did you do the life coach thing?
Yeah, I did all of them.
Was it rough? Like the feedback? Mine was vicious.
Mine was very vicious. It just said that I was saying, it was talking about me to itself, and I was reading it, and it said, basically, I'm gonna just call myself a user, but like user is listing contradictory things. She's saying this, but then she does this.
Well, it should have told you that too in the feedback.
Oh, I don't know if I got a feedback result. It just sort of started over. Like it wanted me, it said at the end, like to check in.
Oh no,
every
it's
day.
supposed to give you you're supposed to get a whole printout.
Oh, I didn't get
Yeah.
prompt.
You need to go back and you need to tell it to give you your results from here. And it'll create it.
The result was like the HTML thing that it was editing to
Yeah.
let me look. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, but it'll tell you it'll tell you like what your contradictions are, what your strengths are. It'll give you 3 things that you should do. What happens if you don't do anything? It's like a full look. I'll show you what it's supposed to look like. And you tell me if you got this or not.
Because I thought the dashboard being updated was pretty cool.
Yeah, well that part, yeah, but let's talk. Make sure I don't show you my results and I just show you the sample results. Hold on. Y'all don't need to see all that. So this is what you should get back from it. Your strategic life audit. Right? Subject, it'll say your name, it'll have the date, what AI heard. Right? Basically gives you a summary of what you said, then what your contradictions were. Uncomfortable truth. Uncomfortable truth can get vicious. Trajectory analysis, right? 1 year if nothing changes, and 3 years if nothing changes, and 5 years if nothing changes. Your 3 highest leverage opportunities that you're not taking advantage of. The one that it suggests you handle first. And then a 90-day execution plan to getting it done. Your stop doing list. Things that you should stop doing immediately. And then it gives you a strategic profile. So whenever you go talk to another AI and you want to talk to it about business or you want to let it know about you, you would just copy this and give it to it, right? This is like your summary of who you are, what your goals are. But yeah, this is the whole point of doing it. You're supposed to get all this back.
Oh, it didn't want me to ask for that. What do I tell it?
Just tell it that you want your audit. You haven't gotten your strategic life audit. It's in it. The directions are in the prompt. It'll know, you know, it's all in there. So probably just missed a step or something.
Okay. The next day I told my girl about it, and then she goes, can he make a, you know, she's really into fashion, so she like builds outfits every day.
Mm-hmm.
And so she's like, can it like can it audit my wardrobe and my closet if I give it like, and she used all these big words because she's smart. Basically like subcategories of different outfits.
Of course,
seasonal
yeah.
things.
It just needs to know
Yeah.
what her goals are. Right. If she goes in there and she says, my goals are to be up to date on fashion on this, da 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 da, or to keep whatever. And then it'll learn what that is. And then, yeah, it'll go through her closet and be like, hey, this is played out. You could probably get rid of this, this, and that, or you're missing this, this, and this.
Yep. Yeah, we did all that. And then it created all these folders on my computer because I let her talk to it. And then so now there's all these subfolders on my hard drive about fashion stuff.
There you go.
And it asks for pictures and yeah, it's pretty cool.
Super cool. Yeah, I mean, the way people use it is going to be so individual, right? To like what they need, but it's capable of doing all of that. If you're capable of explaining it, like if you could hire somebody tomorrow and be able to explain to them what you need, as long as they were smart enough to understand and follow directions, they could get it done, then you can have AI do it. As long as they don't need, you know, fingers and hands to pick stuff up and move it. But as far as clicking on the computer, yeah, I got it.
Some of the altcoins are moving inversely to Bitcoin right now.
We'll see if that keeps up when this drops here. Bitcoin's consolidating at a high, right? If you look at it that way, so that's always going to be a sort of a nod to the alts to do their thing. But if it breaks that range, then you might see a bit of a reaction. Nice, Jerome. A higher daily high on the weekend with trap longs already set. I mean, it's possible. We've retrapped, but we haven't trapped shorts at all. So in my opinion, if we retrap today, it's going to be shorts. Right? Meaning like we come down and trap shorts or something and then come up and then maybe go lower than we thought and retrap shorts again and then come up and then, you know, something like that. Holding the bottom of this range was probably the, you know, the last opportunity. Being able to hold this PLC would have given you 644, and then maybe you would have had an opportunity for another higher high before the daily open, but I think we're going to daily open retest. This is what I meant by with CME not closing anymore, even though the pattern in the weekend trap is still playing out. The urgency to set the traps quickly isn't there anymore. Baby steps, man, baby steps. This SR flip right here, 62, is massive. This range that we're in, your point of control on this range, on the larger range, is sitting right about where that measured move is, right? If we lose that, if we lose 62.7, we come underneath this SR, then the chances of losing 60 are elevated. Because just coming down to value area low brings us to 59.8. Doesn't mean we lose it, but we're going to test it if we lose point of control, in my opinion. But that's why I say that there's a lot of levels between here and there, right? First, let's see how we react to daily open, psych lows, see where our trap short set up, and see where our false move is at the beginning of the week. But yeah, a short from this point could end up rolling over into a longer short. Yeah, CME doesn't close anymore, Cosmic. They trade on the weekends now. Even though the orders settle on Sunday, the close of CME isn't as important anymore. We still track it and we drop a line on the chart, right? We call it the ghost of CME. And you notice that the algos still respect it. But yeah, that's a thing of the past. What we're doing now is developing what the new weekend cycle looks like. And honestly, it's honestly not as bad as we thought. There aren't that many different changes. Everything basically runs the same except for the fact that in the old cycle, we would trap long, trap short on Friday, and then we would get to that weekend trap right before CME closed and stay there for the weekend. Now we trap longs and trap shorts, and then we can retrap longs or shorts until Saturday when the psychological ranges come in. Once the psychological ranges come in, they act the way that the old CME gap acted. But it gives us basically 12 hours to move around on Friday, where before we would already be stuck inside the trap. So there's a little bit more wiggle room. And Asia, for the first time in 9 years, can hedge their positions during their session. Right? They were never able to do that before. For 9 years, every time Asian market makers came in, they couldn't hedge their positions, which is why the Asian range used to stay so tight, remember? Asian range was 1 to 2%. Well, why was it 1 to 2%? It was 1 to 2% because they couldn't let price go too far because they couldn't run hedges. Right? So in order to stay delta neutral, they would have to reverse price quickly. Now they can actually go big. Right? They can go bigger size because they can hedge their position and they can cut down risk. Trying to get back into this range again. That is the first decent possibility for our first trap. Again, I think this gets reset. I think it gets reset a couple times. But on the 15-minute, that's our first viable trap short. Argument could be made for this too, but we've already retrapped. Now, what we've seen, even though we've seen traps reset, right, under this new sort of paradigm, so far what we've seen is that only the side that the direction of the price is moving in gets reset. Right? We haven't had too many situations where we trap long, trap short, and then reset longs. It's more like the last trap to set is the one that gets reset. Again, we've only had, what, 2 months? Right? There's not a big, we don't have a big sample size yet. But so far, that's how it's worked. Give me a second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, these do the whole move.
I'll take a look at what's on your screen.
Well, thank you.
Retrap, retrap. I can still smell it. Crack.
Wait, Dbloc, is there such thing as a crypto? Sorry, I was echoing. Crypto purgatory.
Crypto is purgatory.
I have not been able to get into a trade like for I don't know 5 days now. It's I purgatory is like in the middle, right? Like is it between heaven and hell or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Shorting makes no sense. Longing makes no sense. It's just crazy.
Yeah, I agree. So that's why I ended up just jumping in.
Yeah, that's a way. That's a thing.
Jumping in with no stop loss. It's like, forget this. And I chose the wrong direction. So here
Yeah,
I am.
this is rough. I guess it depends on your point of view, but for me it's like I miss I miss the I miss the dips in a way, in a strange way. That's how I was making money in the bear market, was trading the bounces.
Yeah. I don't like, I mean, it's more uncertain than the normal uncertainty.
Yeah, it's like looming. It's like it's building support in an odd way to think that I I'm not claiming this is the bottom at all because I know there's a lot of evidence that shows it's not. But it's just feeling very bottomy, and yet when you do finally say, "Okay, we're bottom," and then it gets jerked down. So I'm just gonna sit on the sidelines, even if I'm gonna lose a pump opportunity. I don't care.
You just keep your eye on it and maybe, I mean, maybe an opportunity will pop up here and there that you weren't expecting. Yeah. Like maybe we'll get like a really big dip or a really big rip. And you can trade that.
It was funny because I've been really busy, and I came in and turned on the Dbloc's stream, and right when I turned it on, he was going over link, and I'm like, and it was showing so bullish. Like this is that's not helping. Like a big white arrow pointing straight up, and I'm like,
I have to run to the post office. I'll be back in a bit.
cheers.
I'm here, y'all. My bad. Like a half doom scroll DM rabbit hole. I was just doing some research. I got caught up. I still think that we possibly retrap shorts, but for the most part, I think our weekend range is basically set. So we'll see how this plays out. Not really expecting a whole hell of a lot. What's going on, Matthew? Just trying to get all these PDFs branded and shit. Doing some side work. Just to keep from having to ever remake. Look, so far, those are the PDFs I've gone through. Those are just deep dives and shit like that, right? But then each PDF, I split it into individual. And so if there's ever anything that needs to be explained, that can be easily explained with a PDF, we're ready to go. Cool. Repurpose some of this content. He should have slow played that one. You're a couple days early for a 3-day down or a 3-day anything. We just came out of our 3-day down, remember? What we're doing now is setting the stage so that we can figure out what next week's move is going to be. It all comes down to how this trap sets. And for right now, they do not want to let us out of this range. Bro, people are absolutely freaking out trying to figure out what's going on. I don't understand it, bro. I don't mean regular people. I mean people that do TA. Like, I don't understand how all of a sudden everybody just forgot how to do TA. This dude's been bearish the entire bear market. Now he flipped bullish. Cool, right? Everybody can do that. But now his TA is 130K Bitcoin and then no new all-time high for the next 10 years. Bro, I know the views are, I know there's not a lot of views right now, bro. I get it. We're all struggling, all right? There's 124 people in here right now. And only 55 of them have liked. So I understand, but come on, bro. Like, there has to be a limit to the bullshit.
I hope I wasn't contributing to that BS because I'm just telling you I'm confused. I mean, I just can't make a play. I don't have any predictions either way. I know it sounds kind of spineless, but I can't make a trade.
The no new all-time high for 10 years was the part that got me. I don't really care about price points. Price points are just price points. Everybody can have a price.
Yeah, but dude, if we're pivoting to bullish in the middle of a bear market, like what?
Oh, my bad. I don't have my headset on. I was like, what's that noise? I can hear you now. Somebody just said something. I didn't have my headset on.
No, I was just saying that I hope I didn't contribute to that BS because I'm not predicting up or down. I personally just can't make a decision. But to the higher Bitcoin 10-year comment, like,
Oh, this is
are
somebody
we
with their
really?
own channel and everything. Yeah, like this is like.
But like, are we gonna really pivot in the mid? Well, I don't know if we're in the middle of a bear market. Kinda, maybe we're at the past the halfway point to just turn bullish. Has that ever happened?
No, it's you know, we're bullish enough to break the global liquidity cycle, but not bullish enough to make another all-time high for the next 10 years. It makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, you missed like
I
one step in between there, Bryce, and you have to add about 12 years. But yeah.
I know we say this a lot, but I kind of just feel that the Bears are letting it go up just so there's more a bigger drop can happen. I know it sounds really trivial, but dude, it just feels like there's not a lot of bear activity. Like they're just waiting for the ambush.
It's a green month though, man. Like traditionally this has been a green month. So any bears that understand history and understand the cycles wouldn't be expecting too many drops. You know, this is like most bears that I know are long, but they're long with the idea that I'm bubbling up my dry powder so that when this drops, I can pick, you know, I can pick up more. But yeah, there's plenty of people who, I mean, we saw it when we went down to 59, right? Like there was so much fight against the idea of a green July, but it's because of prior price, like immediate price action, like price action that just happened. Like basically the last candle that came in has such an influence over what people think is going to happen to the next candle when it doesn't really work like that.
So in a really indirect way, you just confirmed like they're going to let it go up in July based on historical precedent, and then August and September will be fun.
Yeah. I mean, I expect a lot of boredom. If we fast forward to October right now and then rewind and look at the chart and put it on a weekly, I think we're only going to see one or two really big red weekly candles. But that sort of gives you an idea of what type of price action I expect. I expect a lot of choppiness, a lot of stair stepping. But as far as like big capitulation sort of weekly candles, maybe two of them. The one that takes us to mid 50s and the one that takes us to our lows.
It definitely can't be really that affected by news anymore. I mean, we literally have gone to
Nah,
peace to war, to
everybody's
peace to war,
burnt,
to
bro.
peace to war. Nobody can care anymore, dude.
Yeah, the stock market's still getting swung around, and that's gonna affect us. But I think they burned those nerve endings when it comes to crypto, like between the tariffs and the ceasefires, and yeah, I think everybody's just like whatever.
Absolutely.
And I know that
100%.
because no longer, you know, Trump speaks every day, every single day, he's speaking somewhere. But no longer is the chat full of people saying, "Hey, Trump's about to get on. Trump's speaking in 5 minutes. Trump's," you get what I mean? Like everybody's kind of been like, eh. We'll wait to see till it's official. You know, like I'm not going crazy every time the orange man opens his mouth again.
It's like the media is his personal Twitter account or something.
Bro,
Like
he is the content creator in chief, bro. Like I stream every day. And I think if you put out his public hours, like speaking hours to President, I think we're pretty close, bro. I think we're pretty close. He might even have me beat. And I'm on here every day for at least 4 hours.
and you're putting
And I'm
in
not running the
effort.
world, you know?
Well, yeah, but you know, like you've got your mods effort to keep
Yeah,
everything
yeah.
under control. There's actually actionable items. All he's got to do is just stand there and have cameras record him.
I agree. I just hope, bro. I hope and pray, God willing, that when I'm that age, I have even half of the energy that that man has. Or at the very least, the same prescription. It's like,
Yeah, whatever he's getting.
whatever
Like,
he's
that's
on,
amazing.
bro, I will take 2 of them when I get older, please. And let me know now so I don't take any of it now. I don't want to waste it. Like I need it to work when I'm a senior citizen.
It looks like he's losing a little weight too. I don't know what's going on there. Maybe he's doing the Ozempic thing or something.
I don't know, but you know how like tragic presidential before and after pictures are? Like
Yeah, it's
inauguration
horrible.
and then the day they leave. Like this one's gonna be bad, I think. This is gonna be a rough one. Especially if you take first inauguration, like when he was first elected, and then the day he left office. That office, bro, it just sucks the life out of you. There's no other way to. There's no reason that a man should age that bad in 4 years. And if you go look at any president, like even if they were young, like at the end of that 4 years, where you could see it on them.
Dude, I think I agree. It's not just the pressure of it, but it's the stuff that you're privy to that you weren't
Yeah,
before.
bro,
And
of
even,
course.
yeah.
Hell yeah. Stressful as hell. You got to take all that shit with you to the grave.
Who's the guy, the assistant director of the FBI? God, I forget his name now. He's a podcaster now. Well, he was a podcaster before he took a deputy FBI director. But dude, he is not the same. That guy is not like
Mhm.
he's just stressed out. He can't say he knows like all the conspiratorial stuff, and he can't really say what's a conspiracy versus what is not.
Mhm.
And he's not even the president, dude. He was just somebody who was privy to all of this information from the Epstein files and UFOs and all this stuff, and he still he makes comments on it from kind of the right wing side of things, but he always limits it to opinion and makes it quite clear it's opinion. And so many people are saying that he sold out, and it's like, I don't think he's sold out. I just think he wants to stay alive, I guess.
Yeah. Well, you're also sworn secrecy and all that good stuff. You don't want to spend the rest of your life in jail.
Yeah, like just financially being ruined or
Yeah,
socially
yeah,
being credits being ruined.
yeah.
No, not Cash Patel's assistant. Cash Patel's the director, but his deputy director resigned. I was gonna say retired, but he didn't retire. He resigned. I'm looking his name up now. Yeah, Bongino. He was Clinton's Secret Service guard protection during the Clinton years.
Oh, boy, that guy can keep a secret.
Dude.
You know, that guy can keep a secret. Unless he's the one that snitched.
He gets hit hard because on his podcast, before he was the deputy director, he was all about release the Epstein files, release the Epstein files. What are they doing? Blah, blah, blah. And then he was literally in the system of releasing the
Yeah,
Epstein
then he
files,
saw
and
the
they never-
Epstein files.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so the same audience that was there with him are like saying that he's been bought off, sold out, blah, blah, blah. Because they're like, hey, wait a minute.
Nah, bro.
You were just saying release the Epstein files. Now you were in the position to actually help release the Epstein files, and you didn't, like, release the important stuff.
There's nothing to
Now
see
they're
here,
just
guys.
hammering him.
There's nothing to see here.
Yes.
You're good. I checked. We're
Yeah,
good.
like, yep.
Man, let's just, I don't know, everybody's like, release the files, but I hope you guys have made peace with your heroes.
I mean, when Trump goes, I'm not going to release everything because I have friends that will get hurt. That's literally saying what everybody else has been saying. But you know how he's just like weirdly honest at times and dishonest at like the small, like the white lies or whatever. But then when it's actually like what everybody's thinking, he just comes out and says it. And then what do? Like, okay, he just admitted he doesn't want to release stuff because it's going to hurt some of his friends. And then what's your rebuttal to that?
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. He just took all of the like oomph out of the room by just basically admitting what everybody was accusing him of in the first place, but in a more empathetic way. Like they're my friends, and I don't want to get them in trouble. You know. It's just
Axe, we're connecting right now. What's going on? If it's private, just message me on Discord. Yeah, just message me on Discord. Look in the description. My contact information's in the description.
Slick Shoes goes Cash Patel, and then this guy comes into the room as Patel. Is that the FBI director trying to get a hold of you, Dbloc?
He might be telling me that I need to get rid of you because you're talking too much. Be like, hey, what do you know about this jacket guy? Yeah, it's cool. Just message me. You got to add me as a friend, though, so your message goes through. It'll be a short conversation then. But no, honestly, most of the DMs I've been getting lately are about people getting their wallets wiped and shit like that. The closer we get down to the bottom, you got to realize these scammers, they feel the same way we feel. They feel like they don't have enough money to buy as much Bitcoin as they want. The difference is they're going to try to get their dry powder from you. Yeah, that's it. If you have a different screen name though on Discord, let me know, or else I won't recognize the friend request. Unfortunately, for some reason, Discord doesn't give you your friend requests in order. They want to do it in alphabetical order, which is the dumbest thing ever.
It's all right, Coltrane. I got an escape hatch, man. I can get out.
Fable, create new identity. Damn, I haven't even thought about using AI for all the shit we would have used AI for, like we were kids, like fake ID,
Fake money.
permission slips.
That's it's funny because a lot of that take a picture of your document stuff now, they're all having to rework all of that stuff, like all your banking stuff and like
Yeah,
taking a picture of your your back of the card of your license and all that. What is that KYC stuff? All
yeah,
has to be rethought now.
of course. Oh yeah. I remember the first time that I got in DeFi, and some of y'all probably haven't gone through this yet because you haven't like been on certain, but there's certain shit you KYC for, and they're like, yeah, I need a fingerprint, a picture. I need you to hold up today's newspaper, stand on your right foot. It's crazy.
The only thing that's gonna work, I mean, fingerprint's still pretty good, but I don't like I haven't done any KYCs that have done fingerprints yet
Nah,
either.
they
I just
haven't. I was
keep my
being
license.
sarcastic.
I know, but I'm saying like if they did that, I wonder if AI could still, you know, still find a way to duplicate fingerprints or
Sure, if
whatever.
you had a
But
copy of it, that's all you would need.
yeah, and then so the only other thing I can see is that you do 1 day overnight DNA swab from the inside of your lip. That's the only thing that's gonna work, man.
The solution for it is what Sam was trying to do with WorldCoin when he had everybody scanning their irises for $100 to have that little orb thing in your house. So it'd basically be a little orb, and that would be your human passport, right? That's how you prove that not only you're you, but that you're human. And it would be a iris scan. But you should be
Yeah,
able to find me. That's my name, Dbloc.eth.
not dblock dot 3th or backwards E. I saw one of those guys in the chat the other day in Discord.
What do you mean in Discord?
In Discord, he messaged me. He's gone now. I don't know if your mods got rid of him or not, but it was dblock dot 3th.
He messaged you in the Discord or in your DMs?
Directly because I think he knew I was in your Discord.
Oh,
But yeah,
okay.
I'm sorry, not in your server.
Okay.
Sorry, I said that really bad.
All right. What's your screen name on Discord? Or what are the first 3 letters if you don't want to give the whole name? I just need to be able to find you. I see you. All right. I accepted it. All right, I'm back. Hello. Just in time. That was good timing. This order, let me show you how the difference between the spoofed and the actual order, right? This buy order here actually sat there. 1,000 Bitcoin, 1.7, 400 got absorbed, 600, 700, 700, 500, 600, 500, 500, 500, 400, 300, and then they finally absorbed the rest of it. So used to seeing these things spoofed that, but somebody really wanted to buy at this range. Here's my phone.
Hey Dbloc, I know you cover Department of Defense stocks. Did you ever think about covering the stocks that are making up for the lack of like RAM, like the loss of the ability to produce RAM to keep up with AI, like SanDisk, man? Did you see what SanDisk did?
Yeah, the
I
semis
just
went nuts.
think you're crazy, man. Like I don't. I'm like I feel stupid for not seeing that.
Hmm. There's no way to chase that though. That thing was gone. Once it was gone, it was gone. That's
No,
AI
it's
moving down into alts.
yeah.
That's what it
Yeah.
looks like when Ethereum rotates, you know?
I mean, people to even today after its large move are like sell, like they put it in a category like deplete your savings, and the next category sell your car, and the next category is sell your house to invest in these things. And I'm like, dude, that looks like you buy in at the top, but it's just I don't know. When it hits mainstream like that and they're telling you to buy, it's probably too late. Yep, yep, definitely top signal. They have to have somebody to dump on, right?
Somebody's got to sell it. I mean, somebody's got to buy it. Damn, it's been 6 hours since I reset stream already. All right, give me a second, y'all. I got to figure out what I'm going to do for dinner here. What's everybody having for dinner? Get some inspiration. I can't. I already had my pizza cheat day. That candle was a 466 Bitcoin sell. That's how they absorbed that 379 that was there, and you still got the slippage. Sushi sounds good. Ooh, barbecue chicken and short ribs. You just had to throw sticky in there too, right? That sounds so good. It's just somebody selling 466 Bitcoin. The book is way thinner to the top side, though, as you can tell. Right, 466 Bitcoin dropped this down to there. 32 Bitcoin bought at the bottom, plus another 20 right here. Gave us that top candle. Right, so it's cheaper to go up. The problem is that you don't have the buy pressure. Right, the pressure isn't on the book right now. The problem isn't with the book. The problem's with demand. Now, there's nothing in the book in these ranges because price just took it, right? Which means that 0.5 Bitcoin sold brought us back down through that range. 19 Bitcoin. Spoof that order. Nice. Release the Kraken. Just top of the range, guys. Top of the range, bottom of the range. And being range bound right now is an understatement. Like, we're 3 times range bound. Triple range bound. Move the weekend trap a little bit so you can see the range forming inside of the trap. Point of control smack dab through the middle of that thing. Yeah. Staking if I get to hold custody. Yeah. Staking if I get to hold custody and I get paid in the same asset. Yeah. Staking where you get to hold my ETH and you get to pay me in your doodoo.io coin. No. And lending is cool. I mean, it just depends on what you're trying to do, right? It depends on what your strategy is. But yeah, I've gotten into some lending and borrowing. More borrowing than anything else. Just for tax purposes. when you take a loan on your collateral, that money that you get from the loan isn't taxable for capital gains tax because it's debt, not income. So there are some times where it's beneficial to use the collateral pay for itself. But on-chain staking, yes. On-chain staking is fine. Third-party staking, I'd be very careful. Once we get a tax time and you guys go around and start looking for a tax, somebody to handle your taxes if it's too much for you to handle, just find somebody that's into crypto. I know it's not easy, but your family tax guy that's been doing your grandpa's taxes and he did your dad's taxes and now he's doing your taxes. Unless he's kept up, with current events, I would go somewhere else. At the very least, just ask them if they've heard of the Clarity Act. Just what's your opinion on the Clarity Act? If they look at you and go, huh? Find somebody else. Give me a second. This is bothering me. Much better. What's Claude up to? He's too quiet. What are you working on over here?
Most crypto traders lose money because they pledge loyalty to single coins.
Bro, this dude is not real sometimes. Hold on, he's not supposed to be using your screen. Let me just do this real quick and make sure everything is right.
Profitability comes from seeing where the market maker is hunting retail liquidity and striking first. Join us live at the Cypher by Dbloc's crypto livestream 24 hours a day.
7 days a week. Why did it cut out so quick? All right. That'd be funny. Bro, are you asking me or are you telling me? Because it seems like you keep wanting me to say something different. Like, yeah, like it's the weekend, right? It's unless out of unless somebody pops up with a shit ton of money that decides they want to play around. For the most part, it's a dead store. But anything can happen. Right? At any time, anybody in the world can sit down at their computer and spend way too much money on random shit that we can't control or predict. But if you're asking for the most probable case is that we stay in between these trap shorts and trap longs. Maybe free the trap shorts a little lower. If we do get a move up, I don't think it'll be high enough to free the trap longs. I think it'll just be grabbing liquidity. If we make a move down, then we'll retrap short somewhere around daily open. The next trade I'm looking for is a long into a liquidity sweep back into the weekend trap. Other than that, I'm just going to let price do its thing. I hate football. Well, I can't say hate. I don't know about soccer, but yes, gambling on the World Cup would be a lot more fun than this right now. Probably because of that. Yeah. The after parties are going to be way more exciting than the actual game. Yeah, if it gets back into that channel. Excuse me. Anything aside from a higher high just puts in a larger M pattern, though, so you have to be careful. At this point, you have to get above your trap longs. Because if you don't, you'll just be painting this. It wants these liquidations for sure. It's funny to see the bulls be good market participants and stay out of that weekend trap. Notice they're not chasing price. But these guys might be hanging out a little bit too close to the sun. Yeah, Mac, that's why I said that if this moves up, it has to take out the trap longs, or else you're just going to be putting in a big ass M pattern.
It's not what I thought was going to happen.
With all those licks right there, you didn't think that there's a chance some of them can get taken out?
Well, right now it looks like they weren't there before.
Yeah,
when
they
we were
came in kind of thick.
when we were freeing those trap shorts. I didn't think that. I mean, I know you had the circle there, but it looked like there was more to go.
Yeah, yeah.
Actually, that was before the circle was there.
How do I do this? Shit, my food's getting here. SPX is decent. It's still not at my shit yet. Oh, we took a tumble here. SPX looked good for a second, but we're losing that ground. I still can't do anything with my shares. I have to check how much time I have left, but that 135 that I got pre-sale, can't get rid of. I would love for it to come back down around that range so that I could pick some up for, like, you know, the next season's move up, but we'll see where it ends up. Hopefully I don't get hit too bad. Don't forget the deep dive, man. Going back to the deep dive, the great exit plan. Yeah, that 50 EMA chose violence. W is invalidated. Is anybody DCAing actively? I think I'm just gonna wait until my shares are cleared and then see what price is at that point. Just hold off. Yeah. Yeah, I would love to get it underneath where I got it pre-sale. It's not a big allocation at all. So it didn't really hurt that much not being able to sell it. I just wanted some blood in the game. I'm already doomed DCing Circle. I'm not about to add another one to the list until that takes a nice tumble. Hustle, yeah, we had to get rid of the friend rule. We did it over some time, but we had some issues with people coming in the Discord for free and scamming and shit. So I offered everybody a $50 one time, but we had to put a time limit on it because it was getting bad. But it was impossible to do it individually, so it's no hard feelings, right? We just couldn't separate from all the friend roles, so.
Could you look at the heat map on the chat I put?
Yeah, give me a second. I'll take a look at it. This is the time too where we're gonna start having everybody come back because I know a lot of people went away for the. That's the part that I regret about it is that I know a lot of people went away for the bear. They weren't here to see the message. But if you went away for the bear and you were already here, then that offer is gonna extend, in my opinion, probably forever. I know you were in here before. Even when it goes subscription, this is gonna be a $50 one-time fee. And that's just so we can get everybody registered through WAP in case anything happens. There's some sort of accountability. Yeah, so what I was saying about circles is in a similar position, right? If we lose this, then we're in price discovery on circle as well. And I'm already actively DCAing this shit. So let's see. My food's about to be here in 10 minutes. Let's see if we can get this sweep out of the way before I gotta go eat. You know how different the Discord's gonna look? Like if you TP'd at the top of the bull market and you went on vacation and you come back now with all the bots and the courses and all that shit. Oh yeah. Super dope. I told you I was gonna use the whole bear market to work. It was killing me, brother. We were already a year in and there was so many things that could have been done that weren't done yet. But during a bull market, we're gonna concentrate on trading. During a bear market, we build.
It'll just take you like 1 second, literally.
Give me a second. Hold on. Let me send this out. Then I got you.
They're basically on both sides of it from what I see, maybe slightly higher on the liquidations in the top on the heat map.
All right. Let me pull up.
12 hours.
Gotcha. Bless you. Yeah, I mean, there's money to get on both sides for
Stop
sure.
it. Oh my gosh, I did not know my mic was open.
Hey.
Holy crap.
Well, bless you anyways.
Sorry. Thank you.
You're good. Yeah, I mean, I see the next week lining up is what I see there, right? False move in one direction, 3-day in the other. Grab both of them.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
I wonder how far they'll come up that on that.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I can see it there.
It's going to depend also on the liquidations that we have leading up to that point in the chart itself too. Yeah. But yeah, I could see a clean sweep of both of those. What's the top? That top level is like 65. The top yellow, right? Somewhere around 65.
My bad. I was looking. Yeah.
Yeah, that seems about right. I mean, that would be a free the trap longs. False move up, 3-day down, or free the trap shorts and then a 3-day up to go get it. I'm sort of leaning false move up, 3-day down personally, but it just depends on what happens during this weekend. We have structurally enough of a reason to go up, right? We've already come down and we've hit that, but the next week is a downturn on global liquidity. So that's one of the things that's pushing me towards that idea of a 3-day down. I don't know if we can push 3 days up against global liquidity. If we do get a 3-day up, it might be like one of those boring ass consolidation 3 days where it's just slightly higher than, you know what I mean? Doesn't really go anywhere. We'll see. But it's not until around the 20th, 21st that we start to get that final uptick going into the end of July. How was that? right, my food just got here, fam. I'm about to go eat. And then I will be back. Now trade safe. Don't get bored. Don't get bored and start trading just to feel alive. Catch y'all in a bit.